Okay, I'm back again. Let's see if this works. Hopefully I'll see you. You guys are like, she's gone. I think I'm the only one you guys ever watch that struggles with technology, with the lives. I feel like every single time I struggle. So I was just talking with Patrick. And I was like, maybe we just need to reset our network every single time. It's very frustrating. I'm so sorry. I'm not good with technology. So I am finishing home sewn. I'm sorry, not home sewn, but I am finishing Automakers and One Amazing Autumn. Jeez Louise. Had to wait for that thought to come. Yes, a lot of you have reached out to make sure that we're doing okay, and we right now are fine. We're pretty far from, like, if this is Reno, we live on the west side, the fire's in the north. And so, I mean, you can see it. I thought it was going to be okay because when we were driving home on Saturday, wow, it was like an inferno. But then it seemed like it went over because it's called Mount Peavine, and it was on Mount Peavine and the neighborhoods around that, like right below. And it looked like the fire had gone up and over Mount Peavine, so further north. But I had no idea that people were losing their homes, and there's not a lot around Reno. A lot of it's like high grass and shrubs. But when it gets hot, that stuff can burn, and it was windy. It was really windy. So, yeah, I just saw how many people lost their houses. We're fine. My mother-in-law and Tom, so Grace and Tom, have been staying with us for the past couple of nights. They're in Del Webb, which is recommended that you be evacuated from there. And I have a good girlfriend that lives in Somerset, which is right below the fires, and we have a good friend who he didn't lose his house, so he's actually back in his house, but one of his neighbors' houses burnt down. It's scary. Really, really scary. So the hills around Reno tend to burn, and just seems like it's getting worse and worse. So, I mean, I wouldn't say they're far, but they're far enough right now. Do you think using muslin for a stabilizer helps puckering, or do you still need SF101? I would absolutely still use, the only reason I use the muslin is because I'm using SF101 and batting. So, and I would never call your muslin a stabilizer, but I just call it a base. It's a base that you can stitch upon, and I think it presses out better than no-show mesh. It's not as plasticky. It feels nicer in the hand. So those are some of the reasons that I use it. I'm going to go ahead and trim these now. So these are my inner borders for Automakers, and you are going to just cut 1/8 of an inch outside this side, and then you'll measure 1.5 inches over. I think these are 1.5 inches from this side. Don't measure 1/8 of an inch from both of these and cut that way because it might not be totally accurate. You're going to choose one side, cut 1/8 of an inch, and then from that side, you're going to cut 1.5 inches. Well, I'm just looking at your messages. So, Mary, does it, so I do think it makes it so you can press it out nicer, but definitely still use the SF101 because you need that, because that will add to the stabilization of this piece and the batting. All right, let's trim. Today is called Let's Finish Automakers and One Amazing Autumn, because we haven't done that yet. And I don't want you guys to think I'm a lazy bum. It was so busy last week. And on top of that, we were getting out all those orders for home sewn. Next week, home sewn. I'm gonna do the the prep. We're gonna do the prep for home sewn 3. Some people have asked for thread for home sewn 4. I don't have that yet. We do have the main fabric kits for home sewn 4 are being sent with home sewn 3. However, you will not get the specialty fabrics for home sewn 4 because they have not been released. Those are all pre-orders, and so I've not gotten them. I won't get those until I think October. Really, I think it's November. But we sent the 4 with the 3 because I think it's going to be more economical to do it that way. Because then you'll get one big package and then we'll have one itty bitty with just the specialty fabric. So we worked really hard. Lori worked so hard getting the 4s, 3s, and the 4s done at the same time. Aw, thanks for thinking of us. I mean, we're okay right now. It really is. We're fine. But yeah, it's they've been on the outskirts of town. But you know, you just go, you're not I know this is so awful to say, but if there's high winds, you're not safe anywhere. And we get really, because there's big open spaces, we get high winds that whip. So I'm cutting 1/8 of an inch outside, and then I'll cut over from there 1.5 inches. I know I've gotten a lot of emails from you guys. You got puckering with Autumn Acres. So, you got puckering with Autumn Acres. Are you using just the muslin, and did you stabilize all your background pieces with SF101 and stitch on your batting? And just press it out. Turn it to the back side. Use a wool mat and press it out. Look at this. This is a hot mess right here. And sometimes when it's a really heavy stitch count, you're going to get puckering. But I mean, I used on all of my Kimberbell quilts, I have not used anything but muslin in, it's been years. Years. I mean, 10 years? No, it can't be that long. Yeah, maybe. No, we've only been doing Kimberbell since 2017. Okay, now I'm going to measure 1.5 inches over from the line I just cut. And we're going to sew it all together. Just looking at your comments. Sewing. You're at the cabin, Miss Margaret. Hopefully you're having fun up there. I can't believe it's already that time of year. Sometimes I have milestones with you guys. Like, I know that Katerina goes to South Africa to visit her family, and I'm always like, it's that time again. Margaret goes to her cabin every summer, end of the summer. and these I didn't even SF101 these with my border pieces. Sometimes I SF101 them and sometimes I don't. So I was lying to you just a minute ago when I said I always put SF101, but I don't worry about it because when I press it out, it just looks gorgeous. So this is no SF101 and just pressing. And then, but my borders, I did SF101 those. These were kind of hardier. So these did have SF101 on them. So, and it always can be hooping too. Making sure your hooping's nice and tight. We've got a lot going on this week. So blue is happening. And then we're also, I'm doing the By Annie's project bag. I want to make sure I'm uber prepared for you guys. I was re-recording some videos. Let me see if you guys have any questions or comments. Oh, Sharon, that must have been so scary. Where do you live again? Looking for live. Well, you know, Dax, poor Dax. Poor Dax moved up to the North Valleys. I think he's been surrounded by fire. The bug fire and now this fire, because this fire closed 395 and 395 goes straight up. But yeah, poor Daxy Poo. So, and Miss Suzanne, she had to evacuate last weekend. So we've had our Patrick and I have been okay, but the A1 family has definitely been dealing with the fires. So, okay, that is finally done. How about we go ahead and we finish one at a time. So I'm going to finish up Autumn Acres first. Let me get my book. We're going to do some sewing. Here we go. Here is my center strip. Here are my back pieces, which I'm going to cut, and then I'll put the zipper in with my serger. I have little strips here. I'm going to make my piping. Let's see. Oh, Tina, you're beating me. I've got 12 blocks. I've got 12 blocks to go. Tina, you've been busy. Patrick and I left town Saturday night. As soon as we got home, we loaded up and we left town with the dogs. And we came back Sunday morning just because I had so much to do. All right, I'm going to go ahead and sew these on. One on the top, one on the bottom. Let me look if I'm a whacker, meaning I will sew it on and then cut off what's overhanging. I know you're not supposed to do that. When I do that, Michelle Burrett, who does Quilt Talk, always looks at me like I'm so naughty. But that's what I do. I know some of you do that. Some of you measure. You shouldn't measure, really. But let's go in here. I'm going to use my dual feed foot, stitch 103, which is just center straight. I've been messing around with my stitch length and LR shift. If you're going to do the project bag with me, we're going to be moving all that stuff around a ton. So the easiest way to reset it is to just touch this stitch again, and it'll go back to the defaults. I'm going to put my 1/4 inch sole on. Western Slope, I mean, you guys have been hit with fires too. My brother lives in Estes Park, and when they had the fires in Rocky Mountain National Park, he called me and he was like, Jeannie, guess what I grabbed? And I said, you better not tell me you grabbed your vacuum, because I was like, what's he going to say? And he said, yes, he grabbed the vacuum because the vacuum's so nice. Oh, my dual feed's already on there. I was looking for it. 8 blocks, Tina. You are a beast. I got to get mine done because once that's off of my 10 needle, then I'm going to do the pumpkins. And here's my dual feed sole. I'm going to do my pumpkins. And then I'm going to do my the apothecary house. So I want to do some of the freestanding lace because then I got to get ready to do the anniversary edition of Donna Gelsinger's Santa's Workshop in color. I think I'm going to let me put brown in the top. I'm going to put brown in the top. I'm just going to put a regular pre-wound bobbin in the bottom. It calls for 3/4 yard and your kit only had half a yard. Oh, Patrick is so loud. Here he comes with his booming voice. And now he's going to slam all the doors.
You want to yell for help now, or you want to wait until I'm just out of earshot?
You can't just...
What? I'm loud. I slam doors.
All right, here we go. I'm just putting timber on the top. Oh my God, Margaret. I didn't want to say anything, but I was wondering if you were picking. Okay, Margaret makes this jam, and boy, is it good stuff. Ah, it is good stuff. Okay. I know, I just cut off the extra. I cut off the excess like that on that end. I don't want that, right? So I'm going to hang it over. And these are long. I mean, I just did it like the whole length, and so I have a lot of extra. And so I'm not even using clips. No clippy poos for me. Let's just sew this together. What are you guys all working on? You're like, well, I'm not working on that. I finished that like probably months ago. Yeah, I know. Someday I'll get through things faster, but not yet. I am also going to, I go back and forth between having my auto lift on. I'm going to turn that off because there's times where you want your foot to stay down and hold your fabric in place, right? And if you get a little ripple, what you want to do with your borders is as you sew them on, you want to give them a little bit of a pull just so they're taut. Otherwise, that's when you get ripples with your borders. Hold it so it's nice and taut. And then they'll go on better. Such a simple thing to do. I was complaining to Michelle that my borders were rippled. And she was like, just, hold it taut, make sure you apply a little bit of pressure. And I was like, that was all? That was all it took to fix that problem? Lita, you're doing stitching hour. Yay. How's hubby doing? That was a fun event. That was like one of my favorites. I know it's a long day and we work you hard. Oh my God, Margaret. How long do you stay out there? Is it like 2 months? Hopefully the girls are out there for part of it too. And the puppy's loving it. This puppy. Momo's birthday was on, was it Sunday? Or was it Saturday? Thank goodness the vet sent us something reminding us. And then Sage's birthday was yesterday, and I called her to just, and I know her birthday is August 23rd. Like, that's one of the few ones that I know. And she's like, "Are you calling because it's my birthday?" I'd forgotten. Oh my God, what an awful friend I am. Sometimes I know it's people's birthday because I'll go on Facebook and it tells me there. I'm going to try and be better when I'm not working anymore someday. Right now my cup runneth over. Yeah. Okay, well, just putting it on the radar, right, Lita? When we went camping this weekend, we were in bed and I rolled over and opened my eyes and thought I was going to throw up. I had the worst vertigo. And then I had to keep my eyes shut because every time I opened up my eyes, same thing. Just thought I was going to throw up. So I had to have Patrick, I was like, "Can you get me something to throw up into? Because I don't even think I could stand up." And then, is that so cute? It's adorable. So, is that just one of those gifts of age? Little vertigo every once in a while? Nothing like a little vertigo in the morning and make you want to throw up. Okay. I'm going to hang this over the edge. I'm just going to whack those edges off. I know you're not supposed to, but that's the kind of mood I'm in. I'm in a whack 'em kind of mood. This is where you come to learn all the things you're not supposed to do. We did not have to evacuate where I am. We are very, very lucky. There's a lot of city between us and where the fire is right now. Although we had a lot of friends that had to evacuate. Margaret, you know what's so funny is we went and did part of the PCT, the Pacific Crest Trail, yesterday with the dogs once I was like feeling better. And Poppy is like a fish. She like gets in and just swims, and Momo goes up to his like chest and then he just cries. He's scared. I need to get him a life jacket and then take him out and teach him to swim. But she's just always been like that. Just jumped in and just started swimming.
No. Just go out that way. How is this? Did you use this yesterday?
I did not. It's pretty cool. It's easy. It only does pretty close up. So I'm just trying to figure out how I can integrate it. Won't it be nice to have these done? And I'm talking to myself because I know you're already finished. And I did sew this big old button on here, so hopefully I can get by it.
Is there anything that you would like for me to take to...
I don't know if I am going to be able to get by it. Might have to put on a different foot just to make that happen. What was that, Patrick?
Is there
what do you
anything
need?
that you would like me to take to...
Maybe I can do it with this one. If I put my needle drop all the way over So sometimes necessity is the mother of invention. I'm just moving my needle drop all the way over to the left as far as I can go. And that way the foot's not, oh, he feels like he's still going to be there. Okay, now we put on the other foot. The other foot that's really skinny, that has a skinny sole. And you go, sew your buttons on later. I got excited. And I was like, I'm so close. Let's sew on those buttons. What foot can we put on? Yes, Patrick.
Is there anything else that
How about
you
we
would
do
like
this foot?
for me to take to Goodwill other than those shoes?
No.
Okay. Come on, guys.
I'm just going to use this just to get by.
Hey.
Just to get by this big old button. This is that new adjustable zipper foot, and I used it in my video. I got to just see where I'm lining up. Okay, I'm past. Let's cut. Let's put this back on. Sometimes you do what you got to do, and I just hand tightened that because I know I was going to take it off. But normally, you know me, I'm a stickler for using the screwdriver. Cindy, you haven't started, Vicky, you haven't started the, this? Oh my God, I'm actually not, oh, we don't want that one. We want 1/4 inch sole. And we want to reset back to center, because center to the flange is 1/4 inch. All right, we're by it. Am I by it? Shoot, did I just put that on too early? Yeah, but that's okay. Here we go. All right. A little bit of pressure. You're going to just tug on it this way towards you a little bit so it is taut so you don't get ripples. Oh, I can tell it's not working well. Something doesn't feel right. Got to plug it in. I still forget to plug it in. Often. You're like, yeah, every time. Every time I watch, she forgets to plug it in. All right, that's on. Looking at your messages. Finish. Haven't even started yet. All right, finish it with me. You know I don't like finishing. Oh, yeah, I love this foot. I'm going to be using this when I sew the, whatchamacallit together. My project bag 2.0. Since I have 2 to do, you're doing 2 of those. And we'll be even further behind. Are we talking about this? This is the adjustable zipper foot. And it's nice because you can get right next to your zipper, your cording, your piping. And this is SA227. And I'm loving it. All right, I am going to whack off these edges. I'm not even going to whack them off completely straight or completely even. I'll do that later. We're going to press. Let me heat up my iron. How do they want us to press? Are we pressing open? Are we pressing away? Sometimes I leave it like that and then I'll trim it all, square it up all later. Okay, so we sewed on our borders. Press the seams from the back as you go. Seam allowances are not shown in the diagram. Arrange the box. Sew the inner border strips to the top and bottom edges of the pillow. Many elements will be sewn into the seam. And then that's step 5. Trim the outer border to the, oh look, they whacked it too. To the same length as the pillow front, trimming half of the excess length from each end. It didn't say which way to press. Measure. Sometimes I just go with a feeling. Like if it feels good that way. Sometimes I'll press open. I don't think it's going to press open. So I'm just going to press them. So the seam, so I'm pressing it towards the seam. Okay? And if you have to use a Teflon sheet to protect some of your elements, do that. Like here, I've got vinyl and all sorts of stuff. Where's my seam press? Sometimes I like to use one of these too. I forget that I like to use these, but then I was using it for my project bag. I was like, I love that. They work. If you want a nice hold, you can always use Best Press. Watch out for that vinyl. Where's my clapper? Clapper, clapper, clapper. So cute. It's really, really cute. There's my mess up. I did my bumper the wrong color. Guys, remember that? If it's perfect, it wouldn't be mine. I know some of you are perfect. None of my stuff is perfect. None of it. You welcome, Miss Cindy. Oh, was it the couching for, are we talking about couching for an embroidery? Was it that foot? Yes, whatever you need, if we can get it, we'll get it for you. And there's a new couching foot. A couple of you have sent me some emails about it, and I ordered it. So I'll have it this week, and then we can show it off. We can show it off in the live feed. Okay, let's go ahead and press the other side, and then we'll trim those edges, and then we're going to sew on the outer border. Getting close. Feel like we have just, it's been back-to-back fires here in Reno. We've been pretty lucky the past couple of years. Well, we did have the Davis fire. That one was really bad too. We did have fires down in Washoe. I guess we're just in Fire Alley. It's funny coming from the East Coast. It felt like such a world away. I remember watching the news and being like, oh, fires. Well, don't have to worry about that back here. But I think there's been some fires back east too. Haven't there? Maybe not in Connecticut, but... Trimming the squares. Yeah, Joyce, I think we have them at the store. That new zipper foot. I think we have some in stock. I'm going to whack all the edges at the very end. I'm going to sew on the next border. Although, we have to see how much excess there is with the outer borders. Okay, Looking good. Marlene's like, I finished that like a month ago. The weekend I got it. Why are you so slow? Sometimes I get bored too. Sometimes I'll work on a project. I'll be like, I don't feel like working on that anymore. Let's do something else. So for me, it's really good. It's really good for me to work on 2 or 3 projects at a time. My attention span is like that of a gnat. So it's going to go over. Let me see if I have to fold this. Where are we going to go with this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to center this. This is the center. And do I have the right one on top? Not that it really makes a difference, but let's make sure we put the right one on top. Yeah, the top is going to start off with this caramel sparkle. And then this right here is your center block. And this is my center block here. So center this one with the tan pretty petals. Center it to the truck block. We're going to center it right there. Can't tell from here. Oh, it looks pretty centered. I'm just eyeballing it. And let's clip it. Did it give you specific instructions? Arrange the top and bottom outer border as shown. Sew the outer border to the top and bottom of the pillow. If you're using the traditional quilting method, we're not doing that. So we are just going to go ahead and clip this down. I'm going to start from the center. I'm going to start here, sew out, start here and sew out. That way it doesn't push it one way or the other. And this is, make sure that you put on, you should have sewn it so the bottom of the sunflowers are down here. There's a little bit hanging over each edge. Okay, I'm going to do one outer border strip at a time. Do you sell that? Yes. So this is, there's 2 of them. There's one that's made by you and me that I get from Moda. And then there's another one that's made by Gypsy Quilter. They look about the same. The you and me one is a little bit more expensive. And then they also, I think this is, what is this? This is 12 inches. I think they also make an 18-inch one. So this is nice because you get 2 in 1, pressing bar and clapper. There you go. Yes, we sell those. Look up pressing bar, and I think you'll find it there. Here we go. Oh, okay, you're working on Digital Dealer mystery wallflower quilt. I finished one of my versions. I finished the Miki Kim version. I still have not finished the other one. I'm right there with you. Okay, I'm going to sew out for here and out. Am I still on a... So I still have timber in the top. And I have just a regular pre-wound bobbin in the bottom. Going from the side angle, get this out of my way so I don't keep hitting it. I know, don't you? I'm a huge clapper pressing bar person because it just makes everything sit so much flatter and just looks better. I don't do, you guys know how lazy I am. I only do if it's going to make a difference. If it's going to make my end product look better, then I'm going to do it. Usually. Okay, I'm going to sew from this side just because. Sorry. Where did I sew to? Okay. I'm going to pull those clips and we're just going to sew right over what we just sewed. We'll see you, Miss Margaret. Hello, Miss Christine. Good to see you today. Just a trick. If you have something that's shorter than the other and you're trying to get it to match, you're going to put that on the top. I don't know what it is, but however, I'm just giving a little bit of pressure to the one on the bottom just to keep it nice and taut. You at work, Christine? I always forget it's a Monday. I got up this morning. I stayed up late last night because I was like, oh, I have to make sure all my orders are in. I needed to get some orders in with E.E. Shank, which is where I get all my Kimberbell fabric. Their E.E. Shank is Maywoods. I think that's their house brand. Am I advising you correctly? All right, let's put on the other one. It's funny because the kids at work will, like, Lindsay listens to, like, podcasts when she's there. That girl gets into a zone. And then Vetus has been listening to something. So this, sometimes I'll go with where it naturally folds in. And I feel like the little seam will fold in best. Okay? So both of them, the little seams are folding in towards the little strip. That's what feels the best to me. Where's my big chunky pressing bar? Okay, so I'm going to press it like this, little seam in. So they're both pointing in towards each other. That just feels the best. I'm going to use a little bit of best press. I like to kind of follow it with the pressing bar, with the clapper. I have many clappers. I love them all. They're like my kids. Love them for different reasons. Like a choo-choo train. Can you believe it? You're like, oh, she's never going to finish that one. I feel that way too. If you said that, I would be like, I wouldn't even get mad. I'd be like, yeah, there's a big chance I might not. All right, we're going to whack all that extra off. Ooh, that is so sweet. It is really, really so sweet. Okay, let's go ahead and put the last strip on. Where are you? If I can find it. And make sure your sunflowers are in the right orientation, that you don't flip them upside down. And our middle block looks like the orange one. I'm going to center it and just bring it down. Take a peeky poo. Make sure it looks good. That looks good. And let's clip. I'm just going to clip the very center because I pulled out all the other ones so I wouldn't get any puckers. I did a really bad job sewing this squirrel on. But I'm going to leave it. To me, there's some things that are worth it, and there's some things that aren't. I can just twist him. There, he looks perfect now. This one is so sweet. That shimmer glitter is beautiful. They haven't released this blue for us to purchase, but the white just came in, and then we're getting the pink. Okay, back over here. Let's get ready to sew it down. Oh my goodness. And then after this, I'm going to go to my serger. It's not really going to be a serger lesson, but I'm just going to hop on there and make my piping and put the zipper in. Here we go. Just a little pressure so that it's taut and you don't get ripples. So I just kind of hold it like this. One hand down here. And just apply a little bit of pressure. You're not stretching it, you're just holding it so it's taut. We'll see you later, Miss Sharon. We are safe. I am safe. I know. We have a lot of people that weren't safe. I just can't even imagine. I feel like I could just run out of the house and there would definitely be things I would miss and mourn. I'm one of those people who is really attached to my stuff. I hate saying that, but I am. But I think I could just run. I would just grab the dogs, grab our paperwork, and just go. Because in the end, that's what it's all about, right? Just having your life. It's worth more than anything. Plus, I own a sewing and vacuum store. I could just replace all my sewing stuff. But you guys know how, like, you have special stuff in your sewing room. Okay, if you were to save 3 things in your sewing room, what would it be? Jeez, I got to go with my Avenir. I don't think I would take the 10 needles. Too big. Too hard. And if I was trying to move fast, I'd take the Avenir. Oh, God. I'm looking around right now because there are things that are like irreplaceable. Like you just can't get them. I'm on the back side. You're scanning cut. Scanning cut's pretty easy to throw in the car, right? For me, it'd be more like I have some pieced quilts that I haven't layered yet. I probably would take those because they're like my children. Oh, that's a hard one. I have some really special lace, some Farben mix lace. I don't think I could get that anymore. Maybe I could. You know, guys, what I would probably take? I used to make a lot of jewelry, and I have a lot of semi-precious stones. I might take those. And the sewing stuff, I feel like I could get all of that over again. Your designs, machine, and computer. Yeah, get your designs in the cloud. Save them to the cloud. And you don't have to worry about that at all. But yeah, oh, I have a lot of patterns that I wouldn't be able to get again, huh? Yes, you're right. Oh no, Delta. Oh, your thread collection. Jeez, there's a lot in here. Sometimes when I can't make a decision, I make no decision. I'll be like, I don't know what to take, so I'll take nothing. Or I'll take all. Oh, God. I have some really special lace, like vintage old lace, that I couldn't really replace. All right. I'm going to press it in. Let me press it from the side. Yeah, there are like some really special patterns that I can't get anymore. Did I not do my cider house right? Because he doesn't sit on the ground. My cider house doesn't sit on the ground. I'm going to use my other clapper. I feel like I need one that's a little smaller. Does your cider house sit like right on the brown? My general store doesn't totally sit flat either on the ground. Where are my scissors? Animals. Ha! In that order, Renata? The emergency garbage can. I need one of those. Seriously, we need a go box. Ooh, was on my vinyl almost. Be careful for your specialty fabrics. All right, I think I'm ready to whack. Cutting mat, and a larger ruler. Probably need a larger cutting area. I do. Let's move the wools. Get the wools out of the way. I have 2 wool mats stacked on top of each other because I don't steam, but I use moisture. And I find that if you use one wool mat and moisture, you're going to warp your mat underneath. And mats are expensive. Let me grab my quilting ruler. This is one messy room. Whoops! Kicked everything on the floor. Does Kimberbell still sell the bench pillow forms? I think they are. We have them at the store. I think we have them in stock. So if you need one, but you'd have to look at their site. Honestly, I'm not quite sure. They told me, I heard at one point they were phasing it out, and then I saw them on there again, and I was like, okay, I guess that was just pretend. That was just a pretend phase out. Here we go. Square up your pillow. I'm also going to use the line on... That looks good. Here we go. I'm going to save all of these. Just kidding. Putting them in the trash can. Yes, I am. You're like, wait a minute. Did she just say trash can? I sure did. I am no longer a hoarder. I'm just kidding. I still am. But this is junk. What am I going to do with that? Here we go. Okay. That's gorgeous. I just love it. It's so cute. Okay, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to make piping. I'm not going to go through the steps step by step and what I measure everything. If you're interested, I have a class that you can purchase online, and it's called How to Finish Your Kimberbell Pillow, Making Piping and Putting in a Zipper. But I'm going to go over it. I do like to cut this 1.5 inches, and this morning I was on autopilot and just cut it 1 inch. Hopefully it's going to be big enough. I think I really needed 1.25 inches, but I'm going to see if I can make this work. Hopefully it's going to work. Let's go on over to the serger. Okay, we're going on a journey. You are going to see the mess of all messes. I'm going to take it over this way so maybe you don't see the mess of all messes. Here's my stuff. Okay, I'm actually going to put that down for a second. You're going to see nothing. I don't even know what color thread I have in here. I have so much thread that the top of it becomes storage for thread too. And looks like I was doing cover stitch. So let me go ahead and convert this really quickly. I'm going to grab some brown thread too. I'm going to move my computer so I can see your chatter. Here we go. I always finish my Kimberbell pillows off with piping, custom piping, and then this one actually has an envelope back. Dog hair all over it too. It just looks better. It looks nicer. It looks more finished. I mean, doesn't it look so pretty? And it's so easy to make your own custom piping. This is the America Land That I Love pillow that we're going to be doing in September. I am just waiting for the layer cakes to come in. Okay, this is covered with dog hair, but this has an envelope back, and boy, is it dirty. This should come over a little bit. This one, I'm going to put the zipper in. Wow. Okay, holy dog hair. This is what you get when you live with an Australian Shepherd. That sheds a lot. So I'm going to make the piping right now, and I am going to do this with a 4-thread overlock and my my cording foot. Let me go ahead and turn this on. Where are my scissors? And like I said, I am not going to walk you through every single step because if you want it, I do have a class that you can purchase. I think it's like 20 bucks. And it goes through how to set up your machine and what to cut everything to. I'm going to leave the cream. I'm going to put that in my, should I put that in my needles? I'll put that in my lower and upper looper. And I'm going to put brown in my needles. And I was doing cover stitch last, so it looks like a chia pet in here, sorry. I'm going to go ahead and convert over to overlock. It's landscaping day. When you guys stitch with me in the evenings, you don't hear that, but during the day. Let me get my knife table. Where are you? Oh, Lita, thanks for the feedback. Yeah, you needed to be prepared and have everything pre-cut, or else, yeah, it was going to be frustrating. I thought I must have been going super slowly. I thought everyone was done before me. So I'm going to set this up for threading. I'm going to engage my threading tubes and my upper looper that has to go back up. Yeah, I did notice there were some people that I don't think had opened up their kit before class. And we worked really hard to make sure everyone had a good time. That is the beauty of a baby lock serger, the jet air threading that just shoots it through. It's really, really nice. You like that shoulder view there? Now I'm going to do my upper looper. He is threaded. For this, I'm going to use my 5mm cording foot. That's like my favorite accessory foot. It's got a groove in it. That makes all of this so great. I'm going to do my needles first and then I'll thread that. Or, you know what? Let's just put it on. I know what I'm doing. I wish I had more hours in the day because I would do more serger classes for you guys too. I feel like a lot of people have sergers and they don't use them. And there's so many fun things to do with them. Don't give up on your serger. Maybe someday I can get to the point. We did hire a new person who's been doing shipping. She's doing a great job. She's picking the orders, which is kind of what I do a lot of the time. All right, I'm doing overlock. I'm going to bring that down, put my foot down. It always threads best with the foot down. And this is another thing that's really nice about the Triumph. You have threading on the needles. So you just have to, you could be half blind. You just have to be kind of be able to see where the hole on the needle is and get your thread by it. If you can do that, you can thread a Triumph. Thread it up. This is kind of nice working at my own pace. Okay, hang on. He's right outside my door. 4 thread overlock, so I'm going to do A. Leaving my differential feed, and I like to do this at a 2.5, and I am a 6.5 kind of girl. There we go. I checked and I had so much cording, but then when I went to do my pieces, I realized that they were all small pieces. So I have one piece that is almost big enough. It's like 103 inches. I like 120 for this. Here's my big piece. All right. Hopefully my 1 inch is going to be big enough, but I don't know. Hang on. Let me go grab it. Oh yeah, it does thread the needles. It has jet air on the needles. Oh, Ellen, do you love your serger? I love my serger. For me, oops, I forgot to do this thread guide. For me, it's an ebb and flow. Sometimes I'm on it all the time because there's times where I'm like, let's make some clothing. Let's do a pillowcase. Let's finish all of my, let's finish all of these projects. Ooh, this is going to be tight. We'll see if I can do this. It really should have been 1.5 inches. And then I committed. I was like, okay, I'm going to make it work. What was I thinking? All right, let's do it. Maybe I'll make my stitch width a little bit skinnier because I'm dealing with so little fabric here. This dirty old piece of cording that I had over on the side of the room. I usually try to keep enough here. You want it nice and tight. You don't want it loose and sloppy. No. Am I going to have enough for the seam allowance? Yeah, you can see right here, it is like right to the edge. I just have enough. I have just enough. Just enough, but barely. A sane person, a non-lazy person would just have recut their fabric. But I'm like, I think I can make this work. I put it together this morning. I was like, I think that's going to work. I cut it all, sewed my pieces together, and then I was like, darn it. That's only an inch. Take your time. You take your time when you make your piping. Well, it'd go faster if I had more fabric that I was playing with. But this, just make sure that cording is all the way to the inside. I'm just trying to look at your notes, seeing if I missed anything. And so to go around the pillow, I want to say, because it's 16 inches on each short side, right? 16 inches on each short side. So we've got 32 inches. You have 38 inches on the long side. So you've got what? 70, did I say 76? 76 and 32. So we've got 108. So you need 108 inches. Guess what? I only have a 103-inch piece. That was the longest piece I had. So I'm going to have to put some kind of janky piece in there. Necessity is the mother of invention. So I will figure it out. I should probably sew it together, huh? So it doesn't like come apart and separate. Are you guys, do you feel like you're watching the grass grow? Sorry, this is part of how I finish my pillow. Really? This is my first seam that I'm coming to? That's all I've done? Thought I was at least halfway done. Guess not. I'm actually going to make that like a 3 because we're going to be going over it again. Sometimes I'll make my piping and I'll do all like fabric scraps and just piece it together so it's scrappy looking. So much you can do. Maybe somehow miraculously my 103 will turn into 108. This stuff doesn't really stretch, unfortunately. That groove in this P5 foot is the best. because your stuff just stays right under there once you get it in. I always tell people it's like the thing for your tire at the car wash. Once you get your tire in it, you're along for the ride. What size is the cording? I use 5/32. It's like as kind of as big as you can get before it forces the foot up. You know, you can't go any bigger than that. If you want to do bigger cording, then you've got to use your sewing machine. You've got to do it with the new SA227 zipper cording piping foot. Yeah. And Michelle did a whole class doing it, making your, doing the piping on your sewing machine. So we have that as well if you're interested in doing this on the sewing machine. I've never, because I have a serger, I've never done it on, I've never made piping on the sewing machine, although I could see myself doing it because sometimes you want it beefier, right? Sometimes you want it, maybe you're doing something on a cushion or something like that. All right. I'm here. So that means this is my second strip. So now we're into, because we've got, let's call it 43. So 86. I guess I'll know when my, when the cording runs out. That's when I'll know. Because that'll be my 103 inches. So we took the dogs up with us. We went to Castle Peak up in like the Donner Lake area. And Poppy proceeded to run through a thicket of burrs and pointy, skinny things that get all in her fur. So then Patrick and I, it was so funny because we went to bed and we were like, that was not relaxing. It was like the least relaxing evening we could have had because we spent probably like, I don't know, 2 hours deburring her. There's something about her fur, like Momo had probably about a fifth of the amount of burrs and pointy, sticky, horrible things that she had. And I think she was uncomfortable because we couldn't get them all. And so in the middle of the night, she was up just trying to rip them out. Poor thing. Okay, I'm coming to where I have to do a join, and I'm just going to grab a little itty bitty piece. Like, which one's my shortest piece? I had all of this in a pile. I was like, oh, I'm all set. I have so much cording. And then little did I know it was all, I'm going to just abut it. Little did I know it was all pieces. I can't even see the computer. You guys good? We're not, but can hear. Yes. Yeah, I know. What size? And all cotton, right? Yes, all cotton, please. Actually, you know, I bought some not knowing that it was like kind of plasticky, and I'm just gonna kind of lay this on top of the other one and hope that they stay together. So, and it's kind of icky, but I think, you know, you need that for certain jobs. For certain things, you need to have that plasticky stuff. I don't know what jobs because I'm not doing them. Hopefully, the needle will catch too, and it'll sew them together so they'll stay. All right, that wasn't that bad. Might be a little chunky in that one spot. That's how you make it work. Ah, for bag making. So bag making, they use the plasticky stuff. Yeah, for this you want the nice soft stuff. And I could probably stop. I think I have plenty now. I like to have, you don't want the exact amount. You want a little bit more so you can play with it. So don't stop at 108. I'm just going to finish. What am I going to do with this little piece anyway? Yeah, and if you're just joining, yes, I'm suffering because I cut my strips too skinny. And then I just said, well, I'm going to be able to make it work, so just leave it. All right, and now I have my gorgeous brown piping to go around my pillow. Okay, let me move this all over because I need to trim my pillow down. There we go. Sometimes I'll leave my my P5 foot on. I'll forget it's on there. So hopefully I remember to take it. And I'll just search with it. And then at some point I'll be like, wait a minute. That's not the right foot. Yeah, that's how I roll. All right, let me get the back of the pillow. And I need to find my zipper. Here we go. Here we go. Da, 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 da. Dun, da, 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 da. We carry long zippers at the store. The ones we carry at the store are, we carry 48-inch. And you really need 38-inch, but you want a little bit on either side. And so hopefully I'll have my zipper in here from my embellishment kit. We're going to finish this today too. This is One Amazing Autumn. This might be as far as I go with this if I can't find my zipper. I used to be really stressed and now I go, ah, it's what it is. Oh, he is just so pretty. All right, let me look in a couple more spots and then we might move on to One Amazing Autumn. And I might just finish this on my own. If I can't find my long zipper. Let me take a looky-poo in a couple other places. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, check over here too. Dun, dun, dun. I'm looking forward to finishing so I can get rid of all these half-done projects and bags and everything. Dun, dun. Found it! Oh my god! Okay, I gotta tell you, in my heart of hearts, I had given up. I did not think I was gonna find it, but I did. Here we go. You're like, I know in your heart of hearts, you didn't think I was gonna find it either. That's okay. I didn't think I was gonna find it. You use the nice sauce stuff for your bags. 2 sergers. Oh, yay! I'm so glad that helped you, Miss Madonna. You haven't touched your serger in 5 years? You put a... You gotta get it out, girl! Okay. Here's the backing that I put together. We'll leave out our big ruler. And I leave it in one piece. And look, I didn't even square it up yet. You're going to see like some parts are longer than other parts. So maybe we start by squaring it up. Let's do that. And then I like my zippers, when I put them in, I like to put them in so it's like 1/3 and 2/3. I don't know why. That just has always made sense to my brain. That's what I've always liked. So I don't know what you guys do. I don't like it right in the middle. I like it about 1/3 from the top and then having 2/3 down on the bottom. These are all the leftovers from, and I think I added some other stuff. I think I didn't quite have enough, so I might have added a little bit. So I'm going to put it on the fold down here. And then let's cut off this edge. And then we're going to cut about 1/3. Not even sure how long I made this. Looks like it's janky. Hopefully, because we need to have about 38 inches. So 38, 19. Oh yeah, we should have plenty. So I'm going to square up this edge too. Patrick read something where they're thinking about closing all the national forest for the rest of the year until it starts to rain, or it's too hard. Somebody goes in. I think they thought maybe that the fires were caused by a motorcycle that didn't have that spark thing on it. I don't know. I could be making that up. Hearsay. All right, so here is my back. And let's go ahead and we'll measure about 1/3. And I'm just going to cut that off. And we're going to put the zipper on. So this is, it might be bigger. Yeah, this is 16, a little more than 16. Let's call it 17 inches. So let's call that, if we do 17, let's call it 5 and a half. We'll just call it 5.5 inches. It's going to be 1/3 off of the top. I'm going to square up that top one more time, make sure he's nice and straight before I cut that 5.5 inches off. Or should this be the top? Yep, we'll do this one. 5.5. I better make this edge nice. Take the time, square everything up, make it gorge. All right, I'm gonna cut that 5.5 inches off. That should be about 1/3. Five and a half. Before I cut, I'm gonna look one more time. Commitment. There we go. All right, gonna sew my zipper on. Here's my top, 1/3. My bottom, 2/3. Now I go in search of the zipper I just found but lost. Where did I put you? Oh, it was like cradled in my pillow that was folded up. It is all about that 5mm foot. So I'm going to come back over here. This is going to be for later. Whoop, whoop. Okay, that filming arm is going to hit. Hi. You guys have a good walk. I have a koala serger table that I use, and it has a little bin. But if you have the Triumph, they make a little bin that sits right here that keeps everything all neat and tidy. I should get one of those for when I am when I'm doing something like this and this isn't in my table. I had to move this because I insisted on having the thread tower. Is that what it's called? The thread tower? I had to have it. I just had to have it. For years, everyone was getting it. And it sits behind my serger table, and I can barely, like, I have barely enough room for me to, like, sit there. I didn't have enough room to film. All right. Nice, soft. Looking at your comments. Hi, Miss Connie. Good to see you. You're never late. You're always on time. Okay. And again, I'm not like really walking you through this because you guys can do the class if you really want it. Hi, Momo. Oh, you're so handsome. Ooh, this is just big enough. So you want to center your piece to your zipper. Oh yeah, he is barely. I like to have a good 2 inches on either end. This is just big enough. Just barely big enough. You just don't want to hit any of the metal parts, any of the little metal bits and pieces. Ooh. So like I said, the ones that we sell at the store, they are 48 inches. It gives you plenty of room in front of and behind. Where are we? You know what I need? A stiletto. I want to make sure that doesn't get pushed down, but I don't want to let go of it right now, so... Stuck him. Right, here we go. Hang on a second. I just got to get this by. Get my foot back on in just a sec. That's what I'm getting caught on. There we go. Okay, here we go. I'm worried about that. I just pulled them all the way down, but I'm worried about them just because there's so little room on the ends. I like to have at least 2 inches. So I might have to pull them by. That's okay. Oh, you know what, guys? This zipper is not, it's not big enough. Not big enough for this. Okay, I'm going to just go with it and see if I can make it work. All right, and then we'll just leave this tail part on. I'm going to have to take this off, just seeing if I could get it on that way. Because it is really, I wonder if this is a 38-inch zipper, which is just big enough. So you got to be careful. There's a little metal piece coming up. You got to make sure you don't hit that. I'm going to scoot him up and out of the way. Little finagling here. You're going to need that whole thing. Whoop. Good thing I didn't slam that on because that is the metal. Let me see if I can roll it down in. I'm going to hand roll it. Make sure I'm not hitting anything else. All right. Not as easy as it normally is. I'm going to take this over to my machine. I'm going to top stitch it right now. And you don't want to use anything bigger than a size 3 zipper, because the 5 will not work. All right. I'm going to go sew this on with my machine. Do a little top stitching. It just looks better with the top stitching. Oh! Add a zipper tab. It's just the zipper's not long enough. That's the issue. That is the issue. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and use this foot. And I'm going to take my needle drop. I'm going to go into sewing, and I'm going to move my needle all the way. I don't know if you can see it right here. And move it all the way to the right. And we'll do some really pretty top stitching. I think that should be good. Oh, did you see that? That's me pressing the cut foot. There we go. But you definitely want to top stitch so this fabric doesn't get in the way of the zipper. It is snug. Snug as a bug. You use a 2-inch zipper tab on each end to lessen the bulk in the seam. I should do that. I'm not a zipper expert. I know some of you do beautiful zippers. I'm zipper stupid, so I just put it on with my, with the serger. And we're going to have to see if we have enough fabric to sew that 1/4 inch. And it makes your zipper longer. Oh my God, I don't know. LaDonna, send me a picture. You might have to teach me. Oh, so what colors? So Jermaine asked what color zippers we have in the store. We carry white, black, navy, and I think red. So just some of the basic colors. So I need to add a zipper tab. Is that what I need to do? I am going to, let me see if I'm going to be able to get by this zipper pull without it causing all sorts of issues, huh? Can I get by? Let's see if I can get by. I'm not going to be able to get by. It's too much. Too short. I'm just going to I'm going to do this. See if I can. I know this isn't ideal, but I just need it a little bit just to get off. Okay. We're going to go ahead and attach the other side. And I'm going to clip this time. I wonder if these are exactly 38 inches. Let me turn this so I can see you guys and your comments. Miss LaDonna, you're going to have to send me a picture so I can see what you're referring to. My thread tower, I can't show it to you right now. You know why? It's covered with junk. And I'm embarrassed. It's like it should be treated like a queen. And now it's just being treated like just covered with stuff. All right. One side on. You guys, it should have gone on here. Oh, that's okay. It's scrappy anyways. See that? But I have it on here. So guess what? We're going to flip it. And it's just going to be even scrappier. Okay. This has to match. So you can use tape. Use like Byanese double-sided tape. But I'm just going to go ahead and match it like this. Patrick did a video. Yes, he did a video on the unique cabinet. So I would watch that one. And then that way I don't have to embarrass myself with the state of my thread cabinet. Someday, like the other day when I was home, I can't remember what it was for. I cleaned it a little bit. I was like, okay, let's organize. But I have so little time. So I'm going to go ahead and put it here and clip this whole side. So much to do, so little time. The first thing I will do will be to clean my fridge. I think I keep telling you guys that. It's like I dream about it. But I need like a whole day. Because I want to like get the hot water, get it all in there. Go through all the food, throw away everything that's expired. You know, a deep clean in the fridge is a big job. I'm not looking at your comments. Sorry. The computer is like away from me. I'd have to have excellent vision, which I don't anymore. Ooh, that's why. That wasn't even clipped on. And you don't want to clip into the zipper. You're just going to have to pull it out because we're going to unzip. And we're going to pray that it works. Okay, note to self. Don't use Kimberbell zippers when doing this technique. Did I get it? I like to sweep under there. I would get a zipper that's like 10 inches longer than what you need. Just gives you more options. It's easier to work with. I've never done it. Had you guys do it like how Kimberbell has it in the instructions? Ooh, see how this is shorter? I kind of worry about that because you don't. What I know though is the machine, I'm going to leave it because the machine will kind of stretch the fabric as it goes on the top. I can ease the fabric on the top. It's harder to ease the fabric down below. So the zipper's not going to ease, but the fabric on the top, I'll be able to ease that. So I'm not going to worry about that. This side is going to be even. We're just going to go with it. And I'm going to be very mindful that I have to get that fabric. How short are we? We're like 1/2 inch. I need 1/2 inch of ease on the top. All right, let me take a peek and see what you guys have been talking about. Add, oops, here goes my computer. Add a zipper tab. I need to look at how you do that. Ask YouTube, there's a video making zipper tabs. They are so easy. That's just like the piece of fabric, right, that goes over the ends. Yes. Okay, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to learn how to make a zipper tab for next time. This time, no, just because I'm in the middle of it, right? Okay, let me go ahead and unzip this. Unzip. Where's my end? And what does that add? That adds like 2 inches. It's adding a zipper tab. I've seen plenty of videos with it. They just take like a little piece of fabric and like put it on the top, right? Is that it? Top and bottom? Ooh, I'm going to see if I can get by this just the way it is. Don't catching. What am I doing here? I need that on. I'm going to unzip it all the way and see what I can do. Are you like, don't fight it? Add the zipper tab right now. All right, I'm going to have to pull this back. You're like, I never want to do that. That looks hard. I'm making it look very hard. Okay, I'm going to wiggle this in here and I'm going to hand roll it by because like I said, there are all sorts of things that this can hit. And then once and I'm feeling for that. Once we get it through here, okay. Then I'm going to open it up. I'm just going to get by the middle piece. Okay, and if you're watching this, make a zipper tab. I'm going to kind of ease him through. I wonder if I'm through. I think I am. I'm going to go off so I can go back on. All right. Yes, we are through. All right. And I'm going to feel for that zipper under here. I'm gonna have to come back to that. All right, here we go. Okay, make sure you're easing that fabric down, because you've got to get a 1/2 inch. And it's so easy peasy when you have enough room. And I think I've got my 1/2 inch. Okay, you've got this metal part coming up. I'm going to hand roll. I think I just saw him go by. All right. Let's zip him up, check him, make sure he looks good. And then we'll top stitch. And look, even. All right, let's top stitch and then we'll put it all together. Here we go. Ooh, I'm sweating it from that. And it makes it as long as you want. Okay, so you know what I'm going to do next time? Next time I'm going to add a zipper tab. I'll use the, I actually haven't finished, this is awful, Sweetheart Street. And so I will add a zipper tab because the zipper came with it. So I'll add the zipper tab to that to make it long enough. Because this still might be, I might have a little issue sewing it all together. Okay, I'm going to do some top stitching. Are you going to turn off your blade? Am I going to turn off my blade? I guess I could turn off my blade. So I don't, because you know what? Metal is a blade killer. It's just, it destroys your blade and you never want to be replacing those. Here. Cut pedal. I need to make my cut pedal further away. This is where you need a stiletto. Sometimes you just need like a little pusher through. That's not going to be your finger. Are you going? Are you going? There we go. It might not be the prettiest. Am I plugged in? Yes. Am I getting stuck on something? I think that it doesn't like going this direction. Hang on. I'm going to go this direction. But I need the stitch in the ditch. I'm going to go to a 1 over there, and then I'm going to move my needle over to the right. I use these for top stitching all the time. Actually, that. We'll try that and see how it looks. There we go. Why fight it? I don't think the belt liked the zipper going the other direction, so. I'm going to have to bring my needle drop in a little bit because I started a little bit closer. I'm just going to do a little back stitch right here. Okay. There we go. So you definitely want to top stitch as well. Now we just sew it all together. Just put top on, and I'm going to clip. Let's go ahead and clip and put it all together. We need a little bit of room. How are you guys? Hopefully you're doing okay. Did I earn myself a cookie? Oh, I'm so glad that you like your iron, Stephanie. Like, I love that iron. That's the iron I use. I mean, I have so many irons at this point because I'm always looking for the perfect iron. And what I've learned is, depends on the job. I earned my cookies because I didn't make a zipper tab. Let's move it over.
Store.
What for?
I gotta go make the payment on our Korea check.
From the store?
Well, I have to grab a check.
Okay. We're going to move this over. Serger out of the way. We are going to use it to put it all together. So, first thing I'm going to do, actually, I should do that right now. I'm going to put my piping, I'm going to attach it to my pillow top. Here's my pillow top. Piping's going to go on first. And then we will attach this. It is just the right size. Is it long? Oh my goodness. You guys, I just was killing myself over nothing. We totally have length. I could have cut 2 inches off of this and then I wouldn't have been struggling at all. All right. Piping onto the pillow front. Let's do that first. I need a good pair of sharp scissors.
So, I will be back.
Okay.
We'll
see you.
My mom wants to take us out for dinner tonight.
What? Again?
You want me to drive this to the store?
Yes, take that to the store, please. Thank you.
This
You
too?
You can take this to the store and this to the store.
There's nothing in here.
Why
Oh, you
would you
just want
want
it
it?
out of box? I'm like,
Here we go. You guys ready? Poppy, get off. Poor Momo. Here we go. Let's put on the piping. I feel like a stupid head for not checking my width. Oh well. That was fun watching me suffer, wasn't it? Yeah, I could have taken off an inch on both ends, and I think, but you know what I should do is I should just do a zipper tab anyways, because I like the way it looks, and it's cleaner, and that's going to be what I do for the next one. Zipper tab. Whoop. All right, let me take a peek and see what you guys are doing. Miss Sharon, I'm working on it. I worked on it all yesterday. I will have it for you. Please, just give me a little bit of time. I worked on it last night until like 1 o'clock. But it just takes a while to record. So cute. if it's not totally perfect, totally straight, don't worry. You're putting a pillow form in here. A pillow's going in here. Oh my God. All I can think about is the pillow tab and how much better that'll make my pillows look. All right. I'm going to master it for the next one. Pillow tab. And I've seen them. I am not really a bag maker, although I love making bags. Messy. All right. Piping on the front. Now we're going to attach the back to the front. Back to the front. All right. Here we go. Oh, does that look so good? Doesn't that just look adorable? It makes such a huge difference. Makes such a huge difference. All right. Here is my back top. So I'm going to lay that down. I'm pretty spot on top to bottom. Where I'm not spot on is on the left to right. So I'm going to end up chopping some. So I'm going to lay it, I'm going to turn it. And don't forget to take the pull and pull it to the inside before you chop that edge off. I'm going to make it 1 inch on either side. And just know it wants to pucker. It's going to want to pucker in a corner. So you have to be controlling your fabric. Oh, look at all of that room I had. I feel so silly now, but it's okay. It is what it is. I'm going to go ahead and clip around the whole thing. Just clip it. Start here in the middle. All right. You don't have to serge this all at once, all the way around. You can serge one end off, another end off. So a lot of times I'll do 2 sides and then a top and then a bottom. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and, because it looks pretty even here too, you got to make sure you're pretty square. I'm going to do top, bottom, and then I'll do the sides. If you go all the way around, sometimes it pushes a pucker into that very last corner, and you really have to watch for that. So let's go ahead. We're going to put it in one more time. Put it in the side where you can feel the piping. You want to be able to feel that, because that's going to be the tire that's going to stay in the groove. Whoop. There we go. How are we doing? You guys doing okay? Let me see. if you guys need anything. Yes, I will make sure the zipper gets put in there. Ah, Becky, I'm just getting it done. I was like, is this ever going to happen? Yeah. Oh, man. It's hard fitting it all in, right? So I'm doing it from this side so I can feel for the piping right here. And I know that this is my third time putting it back through. I know this edge right here is, I call it riding the blade. When the edge of the fabric is going to go right against the blade. So that's what I'm going to line up for. I'm going to line up for riding the blade. And try not to go rogue. I've like not paid attention and just gone off the edges. Here we go. You're riding that blade. Oh, I'm going to make my stitch length, what am I at? A 3? I'm going to do 3 and a little more. What's that little piece? I might re-clip the other side just because I had a little bit of push towards me and I want to make sure it's sitting perfectly. All right, you want to take a little peeky poo? Doesn't that look so good in there? Don't you love that? It's going to be so adorable. Okay, let's go ahead. We are going to, I'm going to re-clip this side because it pushed a little bit this way, so I don't want it to be uneven. All right, here we go. It just makes the pillow. You could put some rickrack in it, like some kind of trim. Pom-pom trim. How cute is pom-pom trim? Every pillow needs some pom-pom trim at some point. Instead of just having front and back sewn together. So get your sergers out. If you need a serger, reach out. I can't help myself. I am a baby lock serger gal. Just because it's what I've always been on. I just feel like they're like so easy to use. They have auto tension. So you just You just set it. Doesn't mean you can not thread it right and then have it still work. You have to have it threaded right, but it's auto tension. You just set it up with your dials and your settings and you're ready to go. Alrighty, here we go. We're gonna feel for that. You're gonna ride the edge. Fabric's gonna go right on the edge of the blade. And you are going to feel for that piping. Make sure it goes right in the groove. That's your tire for the car wash. There, now you can enjoy the car wash. Yeah, we do. We need pom-pom trim. I have so much. Remember we were talking about what are you going to grab if your sewing room goes up in flames? I have so much amazing pom-pom trim. Why haven't I used it? I'm going to put it on my next pillow. And it's like vintage stuff because I used to be addicted to thrift shopping. I would like sneak out and I would throw the bags in the back of my car and I would bring them inside when Patrick wasn't looking. He'd be like, you went again? I literally would be like, I'm not going today. I'm not going today. I can do it. I can go a day without going. And next thing you know, I'm loading up the kids, throwing them in their stroller, going to Goodwill. Because you just never knew what kind of treasure you were going to get. And when you're a crafter, sometimes you would just find something amazing. What's thick over here? Ah, that was my join. I get nervous when I feel something and it feels unusual. I try to pay attention to that. I go to the thrift store every once in a while. It's like pretty rare now. But I did go the other day. Look what I got. I'm going to show you. It's sitting right under here. I got all of this trim, which I really won't use this stuff. But, where was it? I love rickrack. I'm addicted to rickrack. And rainbow! Look at this rainbow rickrack. How fun is this? How much was this? I love it when it has the price on it. It's like 10 cents. You're like, oh, 60 cents. Mini rickrack, 60 cents. 25 cents. You know that stuff is old. Sometimes you use it, it just falls apart. I went because I was looking for, you know how those people they're repurposing like vintage towels and stuff. I was like, maybe today's my day, and I'm gonna find a vintage towel. No such luck. Although I did find a chenille bed cover, and that's almost as good. All right. This end, I'm going to cut right off. This one, I should have left a little bit more room, but I will pull that zipper pull to the inside, but I'm going to do this side first. Just cut it. Leave it just the way it is. I'm far enough from that metal piece. I'm just going to put it through. I'm going to give it a little bit of tension as I do it to make sure I don't get a pucker in the very corner. You ready? We are so close. Is this it? Am I really just getting one project done? Okay, this is going to cut. You're feeling for that groove, that piping. Oh God, I know, right? You've got some of that vintage trim. All right. So I'm literally grabbing here at this end and the other end. I'm going to ease it as it goes through. I'm just going to make sure. What you don't want to do, did I just break a thread? You don't want to fight your feed dogs. You can knock your machine out of time, and usually you do that because you're pushing or pulling against what the machine wants to do. So, ooh, you curling? I'm going to feel for it right here. Don't want to go off the rails when it's going through thick. And if you get a little pucker that pushes into the corner, it's okay. Okay, here we go. All right, last end. Open up your zipper. The last thing you want to do is do all this work and cut off the zipper pull. I'm going to pull them in. I don't have to go that wide. And when I get to the where this is, I literally will kind of crisscross it a little bit. So here we go. Home stretch. Home stretch, we did it. Oh my God, you're amazing. You're amazing. Hug yourself. Oop, where's that blade? Get it below. Okay, here we go. This right here. I'm going to zip them up a little bit. I can squeeze my little fingers in there. So I will take this. It's going to want to push, your foot is going to want to push this down like that. That's where that zipper tab would come in handy, right? That I've never done. What I'm going to do, actually, needles are down. I'm going to lift up my foot. I'm going to tuck this side under and let this one go on top. That's a better plan. Oh yeah, that was so clever. Still going to want to push. Okay. You're focused. You are so focused on that groove staying. I was doing a pillow and what's thick here? Ooh, it's thick. It's thick. I was doing a Need a Good pillow, and I was not paying attention. I went right off the rails. This thing came out of the groove. I ended up with like a bite out of the pillow. This was like an embroidered pillow that took me so long. I was kind of able to save it. It was one of those things where I showed people later, and I like put my hand over the corner of the pillow. I'm like, isn't this gorgeous? And the corner had like a big bite out of it. You just kind of stage it just right. It's all about staging. Here we go. All right, big reveal. I don't even have a pillow form with me. You don't want to force those corners either. Like when you, just gonna. And then when I get to the store, I will stuff it and display it. I'll be like, see, I am a finisher. I can be a finisher just like you. Zipper tabs, I can make zipper tabs. I'll make zipper tabs just like you. What's this sketchy thing that snuck out? It's okay. Just trim all that junk off. Okay, one down. Let's do One Amazing Autumn. And where's my zipper? Here he is. I wish I could stuff it right now, but I didn't bring home. Oh yeah, I could put the other one in here. But isn't that cute? So here's the scrappy back. Everything's used up. Oh my goodness. I feel like a rock star. Like, did I really finish something? Oh man. cracking myself up. Sorry. I do finish. It's just, it's a struggle. The struggle is real, folks. And I'm going to stuff it, and then look how gorgeous that looks. The tab, yes, the tab would look better. I know. But the piping just finishes it, right? All righty, one down. One to go. We'll stuff this and show it off at the store tomorrow. I think I sewed all my buttons on. Was there anything else? I did see some green ribbon. Where does that green ribbon go? Let me grab my instructions. If we're going to finish it, might as well like really finish it, not like pretend finish, which is like what I really like to do is pretend finish. I might have to tidy up for 5 minutes and then work on One Amazing Autumn. So here we go. Let's turn. We've got that on. Yeah, I started reading their instructions and oh, look it. Is this a zipper tab? Is that what they're doing? Are they making it pretty? Yeah, I got to try that next time. Okay. I started reading the zipper insertion thing and I was like, my brain just shut off and I just go back to what I know, which is what I just showed you. Oh, look, they do it at the bottom. Is that what they do? Like 1/3 from the bottom? I don't know why I'm a 1/3 from the top kind of girl. Call me a top, not a bottom. All right. Those are all on. The only thing I didn't put on is the ribbon. Where does the ribbon go? Does it even go to this? Do you guys know where the ribbon goes? I had a piece of green ribbon. All right, not seeing it. Guess we won't put it on. Maybe it goes to One Amazing Autumn. So I love this. Let's look at it really closely and we can pick out our favorite parts. And I love the sunflowers. And I love the truck. I got to trim some of my jump threads. I love, and look at, I use the holographic vinyl because holographic, oh, where's the dessert? Guess what, guys? I made Patrick take me, I have it in the fridge. We went to that dessert place I told you about, and it looked so beautiful, and Patrick was carrying it, and there were like scoops, and he started walking, and one of the scoops just fell off, and it was the best looking scoop. It had the cherry on it and all the whipped cream. And then the rest wasn't as good. And I could have sworn it said that it was going to have strawberry ice cream in it. And so I kept eating, going, where's the strawberry ice cream? And then it never came. So then I just started to get mad. But it's in my freezer. Yes. You remembered. Today was supposed to be our dessert edition of A1's live feed. And you know what else? It wasn't as good as it didn't look as pretty as the Instagram picture. So, love it. That one I think is kind of done. Can you believe that? Let's get One Amazing Autumn, see where we're at. And I might take like a 5-minute break. Should I go get my ice cream? You guys are cracking me up. Let's go eat our ice cream. Oh, here comes my computer falling down. Hang on, let me see. Alrighty. The truck. Yeah, I think the truck is probably the cutest. Let's see what we have. What do we have in this bag now? What little tender morsels of not finishedness is in here? Oh, somebody hasn't even sewn the front together. I did finish these, which were like my favorite, absolute favorite. Cider stand. You love the cider stand? That cider stand was pretty cute. I think I still needed to press out. I needed to press out this piece, and I needed to cut these out. Didn't cut these out. I found my pinking shears, so I'm going to use that. I just think the cutting on the line was, did you guys just cut on the line? I don't want to say that was nonsense, but it just, you couldn't turn it to make it look pretty with that, just cutting on the line. Was it just me? Do I just not have those skills? Maybe it's me. Maybe I didn't know how to do it right. Okay. I did rinse my leaves. Okay, I did do one thing. Just one. That was all I was able to get done. Let me get my pinking shears. Where you at? Where you at, pinking shiz? Where you at? Dropped everything on the floor. Okay. Where are you at? I found them. I put them in with my stuff. And then I lost them again. Game I like to play with myself. It's called Find It, Lose It, Find It, Lose It Again. All right, maybe a sip of coffee would help. Do you guys want to see what is going on here? This is why I can't find anything. Look at this. What is this? Oh my God. What is this nonsense? Yes, this is why on today's episode of A1 Jeannie is a Hoarder. Hang on, give me just a second, okay? I'm going to tidy up. Maybe let's take a little break. I'm going to be here, but I'm going to be tidying up. It is 1:01. I need 5 minutes to rein this in. Give me 5 minutes, and then this is what is going to be on our agenda. So, talk amongst yourselves, please. I'm going to get rid of the serger and move this out of the way. We are not serging this. Let me put this back where it belongs. When you carry your serger, just put your arm in here. I don't recommend carrying it by the handle. That's just so hard. Put your hand in here, and then you're going to hug it like it's your best friend. And if you trip, tuck and roll. Protect the serger. The body will heal. The serger will break. I'm just kidding. Let the serger go. You've got one body. You can get another serger. That's what I tell the kids at the store. I go, if you're carrying a machine and you feel as though you're going to drop it, I want you to elastigirl around it, protect the machine. No, I'm just kidding. I do tell them that, but then we just giggle. I'm like, no, let the machine go. We can replace the machine. You have one body. I'm always telling them, lift with your knees. You have one body. You have one back. You don't appreciate it right now. You're probably like 5 minutes. It's going to take a lot longer than 5 minutes, Jeannie. I know. Okay, Becky, I've seen your videos and your room is always perfect. You are so clean. I want to be clean like you. Help me. I'm pathetic. seriously, I try. But I don't have that gene, that clean gene. Put your toys away every night before shutting. Oh, do you really do that? Do you think, look at me. Do you think I can do that? I can't do that. A lot, yeah. You do that every night? Oh my God. I cannot, I don't think I can do it. If you were like death or clean up your room every night, I'd have to go with death. Because it's just not my DNA. My DNA is let's let's work on as many projects as we can at once and make as big of a mess as we can and then go to bed. I'm just kidding. I play this game and it's called 20 Things. And I go, okay, before you go to bed, you have to put away 20 things. And I put something away and then I walk into the other room and I go, oh, look, I was needling. Let me work on this some more. And then I go, oh, I'll clean this up. And I take it upstairs. And the next thing you know, I'm eating a snack. That is how my brain works. For those of you that have the neat gene, the organized brain, I'm going to tell you that's a gift because some of us are not born that way. My brain is like, let's work on as many projects as we can, get nothing done, and make as big of a mess as we can. That's what my brain says. Put everything away? God, I want to do that. Okay, I guess I'm not finding the pinking shears. That was really the whole goal. It makes you, I will make you feel great about yourself. Stitch with me and I will make you feel amazing about anything you don't feel great about yourself. I will make you feel great about yourself. You'll be like, at least I'm not Jeannie. Okay. Oh, wait. I found him. Hanging up where they go. Of course I didn't look there. That was one of the 20 things I put away last night. All right. So I'm going to finish up. God, I want to do that. I'm going to try. Tonight, I'm going to channel my inner Becky and be like, girl, you clean it. You clean it before you go to bed. I'm going to try. All right. Pinking shears, because who wants to cut in all those little clippy clips? You ordered the fabric kit for volume 3 and volume 4. Did you just order it, Tina? Because I will, so this outer, do you like, this is the remnant of my manicure, which is now a French tip. That's how I roll. Okay. Do not get stitch greedy. You do not have to be right on top of that stitch, but get close, and that way it's going to turn perfectly for you. The other day I was using my scallop scissors because of course I couldn't find these, and now I found them. So now I'm going to use these because I think these are better for this. But if you cut on this outside line, you just can't make the curve that nice. This is a straightaway. It's not like you really need it on the straightaway, but you might as well. All right. Let's go and let's turn it. This is what we're doing. We're not going to clip into the curve. And we're not cutting just on that line. And now you'll get that nice round curve. And we can get out our like little clover point turner that has that rounded edge. And we'll press them in just a little bit, okay? You are awesome. Okay, just kidding around. Just kidding with you. What's this? What is this pile of junk in front of me? Here we go. Next one. Ooh. Oh, this one's really close. Hang on. I'm going to cut these two apart. Let's cut these apart. I'm queen of destroying things that I need for later on. All right. And these are the ones, these are from Martelli. And these are really, really nice. You know who else? It's worth it to get a good pair of pinking shears. I think we've all had like the Fisker ones or the ones where it's so hard to cut and then your hand hurts so bad. So I used to take like a piece of fabric and tuck it up here because it would cut into your thumb. So get a nice pair of pinking shears. The Martellis are nice. The Kais are really nice too. Like these cut through like butter. Like you don't even notice. I'm going to put one right there in that little bed. Where did Patrick Mulligan go? Who's going to serve me lunch? Just kidding. Kind of. Usually I'll be sitting here and he'll just bring me food. He's well trained. Oh, that's right. He went to the store. Oh, I'll check Tina. Let me check. I can check after this. I don't know if we'll finish this whole thing because I mean, I already finished one thing. It's a lot to ask for me to finish 2 in one day. That goes against everything in my moral fiber. My inner being. My inner being says, why finish when you can start something new and exciting? All right. Do we need all of this in here? I guess it makes it nice and firm. Let's leave it. I think part of my issue with my mess is I have so many UFOs. Like if I could just finish, I need like a month off where all I do is finish my projects, right? And go get a manicure so you don't have to look at my scary hands. And we'll press these. We'll press them. Who was it? Are you on? Who was it who did the leaves instead? Was that Gloria? They were so gorgeous. I was like, go, Gloria. Look at you. Making something so awesome. Okay. Here we go. Mulligan. M-U. See, I was using the scallop one. Maybe the scallop one's better. Oh, hang on. My battery's dying. Let me get plugged in. Did you guys take off your tearaway or did you leave it? I didn't say. I don't think they said to take it off, right? We call this birthing the baby. It will fit. You can get that through there. You know, when you do an in the hoop bag and then it gives you this like 1-inch opening to turn it. And we're going to press these too, so don't worry. Patrick was at he was doing his manly stuff, like building things and using power tools. And he went to, was it Home Depot? And he's like, I don't know why they'd have all Christmas stuff. They said all the Christmas stuff was out. We haven't even gotten to Halloween. Next. Make sure there's one right where the curves are. I mean, that's where you need more. I don't really need to cut the straightaways. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. I can't help myself. I'm cutting it away right here. Why do we need it right there? It makes it chunky and hard. I love these two. These are my Kai's. I think they're 4.5. What does that say on there? 5135. I'm a Femore Kai kind of girl. Turn it. Work it. Come on, you've got this. Tina, I gotta get my 10 needle going so I can catch up. Tina and I are racing to get late afternoon on the farm done. I have 12 blocks. She's got 8. But tonight I'm gonna pick it up. Hi, Peanut. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. I'm just rearranging my letters. What do we have now? An N. Poor Patrick had to take care of me all weekend. Am I sickly? I'm starting to think I'm like not very hardy. We got up to our campsite and then we went for a hike. And when we got back, I was like, I feel so sick. And He was like, well, when you eat something, you'll feel better. Have some water. And so I just had to sit down. And I sat down, and then Patrick set up the campsite, and then he made me food and brought me he made me nachos, and then I did actually start to feel better. And then the next day, that's when that's when I that's when I had vertigo. And so again, I couldn't help with anything. I was like, I can't even get up. And then Patrick had to do everything. And so I've been like, Patrick, if anything ever happens to me, what are you going to do? And he's always like, I am not going to get remarried because I just want to take care of me. That's what he says. 'Cause I'm so needy. He's my caretaker. He's always having to take care of me. I thought I was hardy, but maybe I'm not. Okay, what is this? This is our N. So poor Patrick had to do everything all weekend. Ooh, one more block on automakers. Keep going, Jermaine. You got this. Yes. I have a point. I'm gonna grab my point turner in just a minute. Are you saying right now I should use it? Like, go get it right now, Jeannie. Yeah, I'm gonna get my I use my point to press. I think that's what it's called, the OESD one. And then I have the Clover one that I really love too. You're like, you could do a much better job if you were using your point turner. I know, right? I like to suffer through it though. Okay, here we go. These are my two favorites. And this one is the perfect one for right now because you can just like run it around the edges. And then I always tell people don't ever use this because you're just going to poke right through. Even though it has a little ball on it, I always just poke right through. Yeah. What was I doing, Vicky? Why wasn't I using this the whole time? Buddha says life is suffering. Why don't we this is the goal. I'm going to sew my one amazing autumn top together, and that way I'll feel like, ooh, look at me, I'm almost done. Even though it's like all the borders and all of that stuff that takes the longest, right? So I think I'm missing a letter. Autumn. Where is where's my T? Where's my T at? All right, we'll just worry about that later. Okay, what do I have here? I'm going to press this puppy. These are all trimmed. Geez, it's like I have it all done. Why isn't this done? You know what's been happening? A lot of times I'll finish and I'd be like, I'm tired. And then I used to just be like, we're going to finish it. I'm going to finish it. And then lately I've just been tired. So, and I have a letter to find. I have the T to find. So I'm going to press this out and we are going to sew this together right now. And then I'm going to feel like a rock star. I'm a finishing rock star. All right, let's come over here. Let me see if I can weave my way through. See, I have to climb over this. Becky, is this what your room's like? Are you like climbing over your ottoman to get to your... So janky. Help, Please help me. Okay, hang on. I gotta put it down for a second. It's so professional here in my sewing room. I think Patrick needs to build me a new sewing room. I mean, the kids are pretty much gone, right? No, I think Kai's gonna come back. Wait, I missed that. What did Eleanor used to say? Okay, let's heat up the iron because I have one more block that needs to be pressed. Oop, oop. And then Poppy needs to go out. She's sitting at the door waiting. Here I come, baby. Oh my God, I almost killed myself just then. You want to go out? Okay, go. Chunky, go. Okay, I'm shutting the door. Mama, you want to go? She said she wanted to go out. She rang the bell, and then I got all the way over there, and she just laid there. And I had to push her chunky bottom, and she still wouldn't budge. All right, I had one last block to press. Let's see if I can find it. What's that clutter bug test? I want to take it. Oh, man. Okay, this is the problem with trying to organize me. My friend Sage tried to organize me, and then after she left, I pulled, she went through my scraps. She's like, you don't need this. And then she went through, I was like, you're right, I don't need that. And then she left it, I like pulled it out of the trash can. I have an issue. Well, that and the biggest thing I think I need to do that would make the biggest difference in my life, in my sewing room, is I need to finish stuff. And if I could finish stuff, that would clear up so much. So I think that needs to be my biggest goal, is get it done and get it out. All right, I'm going to give this a little shot of best press. I found the T. We'll press it from the back. And then I'm going to press this puppy too. We're going to press this. Press it on your wool mat. Press it face down. I usually actually just use water for this, but these, I want these to stay nice and flat. Hey, what's going on here? Did I like trim the top off? Oh, are these all supposed to get trimmed at the very top? I'll have to look at that. Is that part of the trim? Cutting that line? Hope so, because I did the T. All right, let's press this one out. I'm going to press in the direction, like the long direction of my embroidery first. Your goal is just to have it be flat before you trim it. Ooh, he's beautiful. And then what size is this? Oh, there's no edges. Let me look at the book. Amazing Here's the bookie book. We are trimming this down to, was I supposed to trim that very top part? Trim each banner on the trimming line. Fold in the raw edges 1/4 of an inch using a pressing cloth. Press well, set aside. All right. So you are supposed to take these, turn them in. I think you're supposed to cut right on that line. No? Oh, you go right to this. You go right to that. So I think we do turn here. Okay, I'm going to have to do that. I'll do that later. This we're going to trim down to 4.5 by 16.5 inches. Trim the block to 4.5 by 16.5. All right, let's see. I'm going to move this out of the way. Four and a half by 16.5. There's 16.5. Okay. Let's go 1/2 an inch. You're going to go and then that's 4.5. Can you move it up a little bit? This up a little. All right, I think I'm good. 14.5. 4.5 by 16.5. All right, I'm committed. Let's cut. Okay, did you guys bring dessert? Is it time? So Patrick and I went out. Where did we go? We went out for dinner one night. Now that Kai's gone, we can go out for dinner whenever you want, but we're trying not to. I can't even remember where we went. And then after dinner, I was like, you're taking me for dessert. I never asked for dessert. I'm really not that big a dessert person. But I was like, we're going to go find that place that I saw on Instagram. And it was so strange. So Reno is the gateway to Burning Man. And so Burning Man is next weekend. And we went to this, it's called the Potentialist. And it's this kind of like, they've got like the crystals and like, people, they just people walking around and all this Burning Man art and all this stuff. So we went down there and that's where they had it. And it was just a funky little scene there. Okay, I think we're ready to put this together. Let's do it. So I'm going to come over here. And that's where we found the ice cream. And then half of the dessert fell on the ground. And that, I was already sad. I think you're kind of just born who you're born, right? My son is the biggest neat freak you'll meet. Like, if we go into his room and like lay on his bed, when we leave, he doesn't like body marks on his bed. So he will remake it. And he's just born that way. For stress relief, he likes to clean. And it's perfect that his parents own a sewing vacuum store. The vacuum part is what he really likes. Because he's always asking us for different cleaning products. He loves the Nelly Wow mop. So he has a Nelly Wow mop. And the battery went bad on it. He's like, what do I do? We're like, use it like a regular mop. But he loves that mop. He asked us for a he asked us for a stick vacuum, so we gave him one of those. Yes. De-stress at your house. So he likes to do the dishes. Part of the deal is if he lives here, he wants control of the fridge. And he wants control of, he said food management is what he called it. I'm like, fine, you can manage the food. I'm good with that. Okay, 1/4 inch. We're in a 1/4 inch. Let's sew together. What does it want first? Okay, section 1. Scarecrow with the 2 sunflowers. Let's get that. I'm going to put Deco Bob in the top. I like piecing with Deco Bob. It's an 80 weight thread. It's thin, but it has the strength of a 40 weight. So it just means that your seams are less bulkier. At least that's what they told us. So that's what I say. Well, I say that, it's an 80 with the strength of a 40. Now when I piece with something like a regular 40 or 50 weight, it feels thick to me. Oh, do you like that? Let's get the book out of the way. There we go. Joyce, if you got rid of all your UFOs, would your room be so much neater? Like, I know my room would be so much neater. I should just buy as I go. But that's no fun. Okay, here we go. This was important because I think it was the scarecrow that you needed to move, so the placement was perfect. So I'm going to sew together right here. And then I'm going to look at it. And then if it looks perfect, then I'm going to sew the whole thing. So you just don't want to have to do it like 10 million times. Have you guys gotten has everyone gotten their clover triple clips? I keep thinking that's what I need to use for this. But I haven't taken my home because we keep selling out. So I keep filling orders for triple clips. And the 12 packs have been sold out. So I've just been sending people the 2 6-packs. Let's check it. If it looks good, then we're going to go with it. Oh, well, it looks perfect. Let's sew the whole edge. And then we will press and clapper. Press and clapper. And depending on if that seam is misbehaving or not, we might beat it too. I'm going to sew these all together and then we'll press them all. My parents actually were never like, go clean your room. Ever. But, I have one brother that is a slob. I have one brother that is a complete neat freak. And I think I fall somewhere in between. Because I like to pick up, actually. And I feel like it's a constant battle. And so I will tidy up. I'm not a slob. I'm definitely not a neat freak. I'm a little chaotic. Okay, what's next? Let's put these all together. Remember, my fabrics are different than yours because I accidentally did the wrong background for one of my sets of leaves, and then I just left it. But it still looks all wonderful. So let's go ahead and sew these two together. Nothing to really match up here. I'm going to put my auto lift on. I have my heel tap set up to do 1 stitch, and that'll lift the foot for me. And I'm just sewing right off so I can use my chain piecer and cut my pieces apart. Is this right? This leaf, this has to be on top. That's the top. I love anything with pumpkins. Anything, everything I see with pumpkins just makes me happy. Renata, have you been needling? What's going on? You on the 10 needle? I bet Tina's blowing me out of the water right now. She's probably gotten like several blocks done, but she doesn't want to make me feel bad, so she's not like, no, I only have 5 left. I love my chain piecer cutter. I have 2 of them. This one's nice. I think there's ones where they use your 45, like your old 45 millimeter blades, which is nice, right? Reuse, reduce, repurpose. Okay. Iron on. Gonna just use some water, pressing bar. I have this pressing bar too that I love. And then if I use that, then I can use my big clapper. Or I love this clapper. That clapper's so nice. Whatever I can find. I need multiples because I lose stuff. It's still good enough that I put it in the freezer to finish it later. Yeah, the picture was like, looked so good. Here we go. I like to do 1 dry press. Okay, if you were to go to the supermarket and get a dessert, what are you coming home with? I like to do a best press, and then I'm going to clapper it. I think I would, you know what I really love? It's Italian ice. I can't remember the brand, but it's lemon and it's so good. So sometimes I'll get those. I love ice cream sandwiches. So I'll get ice cream sandwiches. What are you guys getting? Let's see what you guys like. Cake! You're bringing cake home! Okay, what kind of cake? I like wedding cake. I like just like white cake with strawberry filling. So yummy. And then there's a shop here that used to make something, I called it princess cake, and it was God, what is that? Like it's an almond. Tastes like almonds. So good. I do. I love dessert. I did not like dessert until I met Patrick. Oh, he's a little bit low, but that's okay. I'll compensate when I sew it all together. Sometimes it's worth it to rip it out, and sometimes you can just make it work. In that case, I'm just going to make it work. Brownies. You like brownies? I'm not a brownie person. Not a big chocolate person. Although at this store, Terry Gardy has an almond farm and she sends us almonds and they're so delicious. So we'll make a candy bar in our mouth and it's a Hershey Kiss and like 2 almonds. We'll be like, it's time for a candy bar in your mouth. We'll all grab them. Butter pecan ice cream. Dark chocolate cake. Okay, should we be official? Next week, I was like, it's dessert. It's like it's like morning. Next week, I'm going to show up with dessert. So show up with dessert next week. It's going to be evening. And it was Momo's birthday on Saturday. So we're going to go, we're going to go get him a burger, which means maybe I get one too. Cherry lime sherbet. Never had it. But that sounds pretty good. Anything that is cold and sweet. There's is it a Bedino? Is that what it's called? So there's a place here in town. I'm totally forgetting the name of it. But they have, that was water. I want best press. I want to hold. I think it's a Bedino and it has like chocolate crumble on the bottom and then like mousse. It's like you got to get your spoon through every layer. I have a huge sweet tooth now. I do love a good oatmeal cookie. Ooh, an oatmeal cookie. That is good stuff. All right, what goes on that top row? The top row is, because I cut down that one piece. Oh, the top row just is the top row. So this gets sewn to this. And then let me finish sewing these two together. I'll sew these two together. Sew those together right now. Cherry. Again, next week, we're going to prep for home sewn 3. I got all my home sews done. Although they're missing their mini quilts. So I have to add my mini quilts. Of course, I think these are my favorite because you're going to have like Halloween and Christmas. And I love the holidays. I didn't even look at this. Was there a top or a bottom? I just sewed it on, so hopefully it's non-directional. Here we go. Let's put this together. I'm piecing these at 2.0 so that I can just kind of cut them apart. Oh, I love pistachio ice cream. Are you into the all the Dubai stuff? I mean, that stuff is really good. Costco had like some kind of Dubai cakes and then you put them in the microwave and they were so yummy. Okay, a dry press, a best press, and a clapper. I love pistachio. I think I love strawberry and pistachio, and I love anything strawberry too. When I was a kid, we had a Friendlies, and then we had a Dairy Queen. And I would save up. I can't remember how much it cost, but I would save up so I could go down and get a peanut parfait from Dairy Queen. And our Dairy Queen just had like a walk-up window. And now we're just going to sew this on the bottom. Did I do that wrong? Ah! Yes. I just thought to myself, wait a minute. Is that right? Okay. Let's rip out some stitches. Yep. I put it on wrong. Where is my seam ripper? Use this one. Sorry, guys. It was bound to happen. Well, at least I realized before I sewed the other one on. We have these fold open seam rippers. I forget the name of them. But I use these more than I use a traditional seam ripper. Because you can just kind of touch it to the stitches. Okay, I'm going to press them open because it'll be easier for me to sew them together if it's pressed open. All right, just kidding. That was just a joke. We didn't want to sew those two together. Let's give it another go. And I'll look at the picture too to make sure I had this right side up, because maybe it makes a difference with how the pennants look when you have them all sewn. All right. Oop, sorry. Looks like that is the top. I think that's what they're showing. So I think I had it on right. And we are sewing, oh, look at that. We have all sorts of borders that go between too. All righty. Let's do those. So these have to be cut down. All right. Borders. We need 4 of them that are 1.5 by 16.5. 4 of those, and then 2 that are 1.5 by 18.5. Let me move this up a little bit so we have a little room here. So I should have long ones and ones that aren't as long. How about that? Good thing I just didn't go for it. I was ready to just start sewing everything together. These must be my... How long is this one? Shorter. Do I have 2 of those? This is... Oh, yeah. These will be my 18.5s. These will be my 16.5s. Here we go. Let's just make sure this one is 34 inches, so we've got enough. Let's measure up 16 and a half twice, 4 times, 4 16 and a halves. So these will be for the inner, like the very inside that separate. Sorry, I just went on autopilot. I just went rogue. And then, so you'll need 2 on the sides that go on the sides that are 16 and a half. The 18 and a half bead top and bottom. $16 and a half. Okay, we need 2 more that are 16 and a half. I'm going to cut them one at a time. How about we try that again? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, I'm paying attention now. I'm looking at the instructions and the directions. So you're going to lay down one of your, these are your train tracks. Got it? So we're going to lay that down, sew it together, and then we will add this next. We go ahead and sew this down too. So this is going to be next. This goes in here. And the last but not least, then you get the scarecrow. And then you get these on the side. And then the top ones will be the 18 inchers. Right? So I should have one more little one for the sides. I should probably have not cut it beforehand, just in case. Oh well, already cut. Let's go for it. Here we go. So I'm going to go sew these 2 together. Also these 2 together. Then we'll do the sides. Let's sew these 2 together. Were you guys watching that like, what is she doing? When will she notice? Even after I took it apart, I didn't even notice. I still thought I just needed to switch things up. Okay, here we go. I am going to give it a little, not tug, but just make sure it's taut. And if there's a little bit at the end, we'll just trim it off. Okay, next one. Now we're on a roll. Oh, these are really sweet. And I'd like to say it's more of a manageable project. Like you should be able to get it done in a weekend. Or if you sewed all day, like it could be a day project. Or if you're like me and you're juggling 20 projects at once, then okay, be prepared for explosive barking. Somebody just walked through the door. Oh, must have been Patrick. Hi.
Hey, you still going?
Yep. I'm going to finish this top at least.
Okay.
Today is a finisher-upper day. Designs by Juju. In another world, we'll do designs by Juju too. Another lifetime. All right. Let's move that out of the way. Let's go ahead and press. Where does it feel like it's naturally feels better going this way? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to have to trim off this end a little bit. And then that one's a little bit under, but that's okay because we'll compensate. We have a little bit of felt, but there's nothing else we really need to watch out for. Here we go. Let's do this one. Yeah, feels better going this way. Okay, this one next, and then this one next. I'm going to square these edges so when I sew it, it's not all cockeyed. There's a time and a place for everything. This is a time to cut these edges. Okay, so we're going to sew this one on next. And we'll sew this one on. Then we'll do the sides. So I'm just doing the top. Just going to do the pillow top. Gonna square up with those edges too. Next, 4 short and 2 long. Yes, 4 short and 2 long. Did you see me just sewing my whole thing together without even having any of the borders? What was I thinking? Okay, and I want to square it up on the sides too. Make sure everything is matching. There we go. That doesn't sound right to me. Something sounds clunky. Oh, look at that. Did I somehow come out of the take-up? Very strange. It got all balled up on the bottom. So I'm going to go ahead and just rethread my upper. When in doubt, rethread the upper. Rule of thumb, if it looks bad on the underside, it's usually something in the upper threading. Very strange for this to happen in just the middle of my sewing, but it just sounded wrong. Trust your mama ears. I'm going to go ahead and get some scissors and cut that off. And since I'm down here, I'm going to go ahead and reset my bobbin. Did something get stuck? Sometimes these bobbins, the thread crosses over and it gets stuck. That looks okay to me. All right, let's carry on. I'm going to sew it from the other side. Oops, sorry. From the other side, actually, I'm going to stay on this side. Because this is, it's up a little bit from when I pressed it. And then I had to unsew it, rip it out. I'll just push it down with my thumb. All right, let's put the sides on. Usually, is it all quilts that you do the side borders? Side borders and then the top? Seems to be what I see more often than not. Okay, let's throw all of this away. Let's get some stuff out of here. Okay, does that look better? Way better. I'm going to press towards the inner border. Hang on just a sec. Come on in, Pops. This one too. Uh-oh. You're gonna fall. You're gonna fall on that. Watch out for your leather. You don't want to burn your leather. Okay. Skinnies. Should have 2 more skinnies. That is not a skinny. That's a long. And that is a long. I should have 1 more skinny somewhere. 2 longs. 2 longs. And... all right, I have to find the other skinny. Here are 2 longs. This might stop me not being able to find my other skinny. I had them all. I know I had them all. I counted them. 4. Okay, long, long, skinny. And then these. All right. Let me take a look. Oh, found it. Fallen in between my sewing machine. Okay, let's go ahead and sew these 2 on, and then we'll put the long ones on. We are getting very close. Oh, you just finished yours. Love it. So happy. So did you just finish your automakers, or did you just finish your, you finished your automakers, or did you just finish your One Amazing Autumn? And congratulations. Give yourself a warm hug. You did it. You're a finisher. A starter and a finisher. Sometimes starting can be the hardest thing, right? I'll get into, I don't want to say like sewing slumps, but sometimes I just need a push. I suffer from analysis paralysis sometimes where I'm thinking about a project and like how to do it, and then I get stuck. That's why I love my sew-alongs with you, because it'll give me a deadline. I'm like, I got to get that done. Deadlines are good with me and necessary. And I'll always work harder for you guys than I will myself. So I need a deadline where I need to get something done for you. Okay, I'm gonna sew this side on, and then I might whack. We're gonna square up, and then we're gonna put the, and then you're like, okay, why are we not just finishing then? Right? Why don't we just finish? Let's get ready to put the back on too. I'm like really craving, Costco during the summertime has that really good mango salsa. And so I'm thinking I'm gonna make a mango brie quesadilla. That sounds so good. Well, I'm really thinking my manservant is gonna make me a mango salsa brie quesadilla. Poppy, mommy just let you in. Here we go. Let's go press it out and square it up. Right? Right, Becky? Don't you feel like, shoot, today I might have just sat on the couch and just watched TV all day. So it's a good thing. Be mindful about the corners, like that they don't flare out. This is where I like to play with Patrick and see how powerful I am. If I can just scream out, "Brie quesadilla!" and see if he just comes running with it. Sometimes he does. It's just a joke, though. I could just be like, "Water!" He's in the garage. Who knows what he's doing in there? All right. Top and bottom. Let's do it. And I'm telling you, it's okay if you almost cut it in a little bit. I don't know how to describe, just so that it doesn't, the corners don't kind of flare out. I think you probably know what I mean. You're like, I have no idea what she means. Oh, that one's good. All right, now we're gonna sew the next ones on. I'm just gonna cut them like this. I'm gonna sew it like this and I'm gonna whack it. All right, let's do it. Hi, Pops. Where am I going? Here we go. Yeah, sometimes I'll dip that corner in slightly so it doesn't flare out. Okay, let's press it again. With my scissors. Oh, this is looking really cute. Really, really cute. Super sweet. You guys remember when they used to sell, were they grandma, like the clothing where it would be matched with like the animals? Am I like making that up? What was that called? I don't know. These little overalls on the scarecrow remind me of them. Granimals. Yeah. We had where I grew up in Willimantic, Connecticut, and there was a shop. I think it was called the Cricket, and it was kids' clothing, and I think they had it there. Where's my other one? Use this one. It's a little flatter and longer. What's going on with Miss Sandra? Is she okay? I've been so into this. I've been so focused. I've barely looked at comments. Okay. Let's square again. I don't want this to flare out. I'm going to flare it in the tiniest bit. Oh, he's big. Okay, we're going to do sides first. So you have to cut these down. You're going to put sides on first, and then we're going to do top and bottom. And guess what? I am tuckered out. So I will either I'll finish this in a video. I'll finish this in a video because next week we are not working on this. This will be done, and we are going to start home sewn 3. So get ready. We'll do the prep, the cutting, and then we'll do the scan and cut and the grouping. So we're ready to start stitching in 2 weeks. And we'll just start with home sewn. I guess we did we do, it's going to be it's October, November, and December. That's going to be it. So I will finish this for you guys in a video. Like maybe I'll come back down after my Patrick Mulligan Love My Life and I go have something to have for lunch. And thank you so much for joining me. Sorry I got on late. It seems like I'm just always having technical difficulties. And we've got Automakers done and One Amazing Autumn almost done. So I'm feeling pretty good about this. So have a great night, and this will get loaded, and then it'll just render on its own, and it'll just go up live. And we will see you later. Thanks so much for stitching with me today. I'll see you later, guys.